Hopefully all goes well. And click the other button and hope for the best. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Alma, Missouri. Good day to farm. Yes, we are on the Alma, Missouri map. And I've got Z here. Hasn't been on stream for a while, but there he is. Getting all properly dressed and looking like, uh,
British farmer?
yeah, looking like a farmer. All right, so like how I started this is see if we can get to finances of some shape, way, or form. I can't even remember. There it is, farm management. So we start off with like 250,000, but 100,000 of it is a loan. Just so we have, we have something that we have to pay off. And let's see. I can't remember at all. So what I'm thinking is we're gonna need to do like contracts, harvesting contracts, baling contracts, all the different contracts, fertilizing. Ooh, that's a big. That's a nasty looking field though. Wow. I don't think we have a fertilizer though. We have a few gubbins. Before we get going, I want to sell all these horses. I don't want to deal with the horses. Really, really don't. Right.
I could pick up some of the baling contracts.
How can I sell?
But I think that's a limit to how many.
Open animal. How can I sell ye old horses? Uh, I don't actually know. Oh wait, sell. There we go. Oh wow, these are the cheapest horses ever. Oh, we actually lose money.
Oh?
Yeah, the fee is $300 to sell, and they only sell for $120. So it literally costs us $180 to sell these horses. Oh man.
Okay.
Um,
I guess they can just be left.
Yeah, either that or we just grab a livestock. I don't know. I don't even know if we have a livestock trailer, but yeah, that's funny. $300 each animal, and they're only worth 120. Like, that's pretty cheap for horses. And yeah, this map starts you off, and you've got just all of the things. We've got goats and sheep and cows and chickens and horses, and oh my god, it's gonna be rough. Okay, we have our own fields, so we have this one with wheat. No, that's not wheat. What is that? Is that corn? Yeah, it's corn. Okay, so that's corn. 9 and 8 are wheat, but we only own 8, and then 39. That is a grass field, which we're actually going to need with all these freaking animals. We're going to need to make some hay. I think sheep, maybe the goats need hay. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've played this game, and this is like the newer version. So it's just I'm all out of sorts and things and stuff. So if we hop in our John Deere, no, see that's not the right. Let's just pull this out. There's a baler over here. Turn this tractor around. Gotta get this one. Oh, they look so good when they're fresh and clean, brand spanking new. Oh, so nice. There is a hitch on this. I don't know. Couldn't clear that. I just heard a ping.
Somebody talking vintage engineering.
Uh-huh. Alright, where am I and where do I need to go? I am there, so we just need to cross the yard and up to there. This is like a little bow tie shaped field right here. What I want to do is buy number 9. Whew. And then just merge all those fields together. That's what I really want. All right, this was the cornfield. Do we even have a corn header?
I'm looking at what we have. Oh, come on. Where's the headers? There are 2 headers. One of them is for corn, yeah.
All right. Wait.
The corn header is inside the garage.
Yeah, which one?
Down where, if you can see
Okay.
me, yeah,
That's right.
it is in here.
Okay. Well, I can probably grab it with this.
Yep. Where's that? I think that's the trailer.
There we go. Now we're talking. Yeah, the baler and all the things are back there.
Blue maybe because it's blue. It's not red. And in the menu, the color is red. I think that takes more.
Okay. All right. See if I can remember how to actually do this. B. Do we want a straw swath? I think we might want. Although they're just a pain in the air, but.
If you remember, if you get straws from corn.
Yeah,
try it.
I have a mod that allows you to do
All right. Okay.
that. Oh. Turn on harvester. B. There we go. Excellent. Wait, what? Why am I not? Why is it not cutting? Is this not ready to harvest? No, growth is growing. Why does it look like it's ready to harvest on here? It's all bright and usually that's okay, growth. So
But the other one.
is the
Grass is ready.
grass is ready and the
wheat.
The
I think
wheat.
it is. Yep.
Yeah, the wheat looks like it's ready. Why? That's funny that the corn isn't ready. Yeah, I just saw that color and that just told me like the color of corn is the color of a ready. It's the same color. So that's why I thought that was harvestable. Okay, well, it's not harvestable. So change plan. I knew there would have to be something to harvest.
Yep. Generally, there will always be something at the beginning.
Now let's try hold H. I want steering assist. Number of headlands 1 for correction automatic. Activate link. There we go. I do have a mod called sync, like sync speed. That's if you're in a vehicle, you can actually sync your speed with the most nearby vehicle. Haven't tested it at all, but
Yeah, it seems to be working. Still have to steer.
yeah, you have to steer it, and you gotta like position. I don't know, position yourself. I guess I don't know if it loses.
Still.
is a good dip. Wow.
Loading, driving it.
All right, this could be sketchy.
Get closer. Don't know how much space you have on that one.
This was quite a bit. I wasn't even halfway full.
Yep. Okay.
Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub. I am not even gonna attempt. I would butcher whatever pronunciation of that name there is. But thank you for the sub. Very much appreciated. We're just relaxing today and getting some farming in. We got this field to knock out. Probably need to get some grass going. Because we got a few animals that we got to tend to, and they get hungry. Is this nope? It's not good. Okay. I guess it's
Take everything.
it just is like, no, we're just gonna go forward. Hey, they got the tracks.
It does seem to be working for the most part.
The tracks and multiplayer are fixed. That's nice. Oh, here we go with another corner. I think does not corner well. It's just like,
It does exactly that.
I mean, the lane guidance and stuff. That's pretty nice. Doesn't do headlands very well, but who knows what would happen with an AI work. And there's so yeah, 4,500 is 32%. So it's probably like a 12,000 liter tank on this.
50. Oops. And steering.
Whoa!
Come on. Lots of.
What you drinking in there, Steve?
Just some cider.
Yeah, trying to do a thing.
Bobby just posted something in members only. It sounds like he'd like to join you.
Oh, I wonder if he got his. I wonder if he got fixed.
Well, he said no dice again.
Oh, well then it definitely got
Dice.
fixed.
I don't know if you tried to verify files.
Didn't he try that yesterday?
I can't remember if he said he did.
Yeah, I mean, a verify files is the option of last resort, basically.
I found somewhere to say hold down shift and double click on the icon on the desktop.
Oh, another thing he
Right
could
click.
try. I don't know if he's around or whatever. Another weird thing that he could try that, again, is kind of like, if it works, then it's really disappointing. But running the game as an administrator, I have found several instances where that actually makes a difference, right? Because if it's actually trying to, because he's been having a problem. Everybody's out there clueless of what the hell we're talking about. One of the members wanted to join, but every time he clicks multiplayer, right, and join a game, it just flatly refuses to connect to the server. It just doesn't connect. Even though he's played many multiplayer games on his computer, for some reason, the giant like Farming Sim 25 just doesn't connect to the matchmaking server at all. And so, yeah, we've been trying to help him debug that problem. We started yesterday trying to figure that out. And yeah, so verifying files is certainly a big one. But yeah, running as an admin can sometimes work.
Last resort is uninstall. Make sure you delete everything. Usually there's something in games directory or data. I don't
Yeah.
remember what it is for this game, but
Verify files, that should do it.
yep, normally does.
But yeah.
It should, but I've seen some games that they create a file that just doesn't create right, and then you've got to literally delete it. Because the verify, it won't verify that file because it was created during the installation process, not and not necessarily as a part of the installation, but as part of the configuration. So it's not verified by the install. When something works. It's rare, but it happens.
It's Windows.
So what should we do with this week?
Oh, I'll just shove it in one of the silos. Go straight for it.
We should give the chickens some feed. I know they can take feed.
Yep.
The, that chicken coop probably doesn't store very much.
We'll put it in a silo. We can take it out anyway.
Oh, that was a perfect turn. I gotta. That was perfect. That was a perfect. Amazing detail on these machines. That was not so perfect. Too many buttons to hit all at once. crops are looking good. They definitely look thicker than they did in 22. Fuller. Is there a key to hide those lines?
No. Too long for me.
I just wanted to like turn them on and off as needed.
Yep.
I don't,
Yeah, I only played it for a couple of weeks after launch. Not since.
yeah, I just played it the once, like I think it was December or something, just to get a feel for it. I didn't play it long enough to run into all the bugs that it had. I ran into some bugs, but not like some of the derpy worker AI bugs and stuff. Like, oh, see, I have to. This is. Now, how do I get out of this? How did I even get in? See? There. It's like, I can't remember. Like every key is a hotkey in this game, so it's like, what key did I hit? I can't remember. couple more passes.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I watched a couple different farming channels, and like sitting in a combine, cruising through the field, just that seems like a relaxing sort of job. And then when you watch, like, the sitting in a combine in the field is like it's like 50% of it. The other 50% is all the maintenance, upkeep, greasing, fueling, maintenance checks, all of the different weird things that can go wrong. And there's always one of the things I've learned after watching the channels that I do is there never is a day without something going wrong. There's never a day without something happening and something needing to be fixed. Like it could be as small as replacing one of the teeth on the header, or something as big as you have an entire tire blowout, or some big piece of some big component of the combine going dead, and that's a 10 grand fix or something like that. Like it just, there never seems to be a day where it's just everything kind of just goes right, and you can just enjoy the countryside.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I normally get from watching Clarkson's farm.
It always goes well.
Yeah. Nature's pretty brutal on machinery, so anytime you're mixing nature and machinery, it's nature's gonna win your battle of how long you can last.
Keep hitting shift to hit the handbrake. Hope you would recognize that.
Do what?
And I keep hitting shift to put the handbrake on.
Oh, is that from
Okay.
Roadcraft?
Yep.
Wow, they made this field exactly the width, like a multiple of the width of this header. I don't know if that was on purpose, but wow, that is that's pretty amazing that we went across this whole field and it's like, oh, it's perfect width. Although the one up, when we started up there was a little sliver.
sec.
You, right? So there's probably some harvesting contracts. Give us a little bit of money. Definitely not gonna deal with crime. Then okay. So
Oh, that's not what I want to win.
do. Was
Oh, green beans. No, 63,000 green beans. No, 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 no.
the tractor here? Looks like cedar. I can never remember the difference between a cedar and a planter. I mean, they do exactly the same thing, but there is a difference. I just can't. I can't ever remember what it is. I don't know if this has enough power. We might need that other one. We might need that tractor.
Yeah, I'm not in it right now.
Did you give the chickens any food?
Nope.
Yeah. Oh, it's a bale tree. Where am I? Gotta figure out what the width of this was by the whole H. 10 meter. I think, what was the header on that? 14 point something meters? Here it says. Okay, where are our vehicles? I don't remember the UI at all. Farm management. E. There it is. Used vehicles. Where are packs? Brands. Used vehicle sale. There's a 1775 NT for sale. Oh my god. Tempted. Very tempted. That's like most of our money though. Why? So yeah, here are the just a rundown of some of the mods that we have. It's not actually a lot of mods. It's not a bad number of mods, but yeah, I was looking for a Bobcat, and the only skid steer they had was a John Deere, and then literally like yesterday they came out with a Bobcat mod. Damn it. Yeah, I thought there was a menu in here. Oh, vehicles. Okay. Let's see. Where? Header? Yes, header. 13.7 is the is that the corn? No, that's the regular header. So 13.7 meter is the width. So if I hold H on this and I go 13.7, number of headlands. Oh, do that again. 13.7, one header or one thingy. Show lines. Cruise control deactivation. I guess I don't care. B. 3. What? Not on the line? Oh, there we go. Now drop. Turn on automatic drop. Nice. Okay. One baler. Or one bale. Okay, let's continue. I gotta pay attention. Like, really pay attention. We got to do it the slow way for a while, and then you build up towards the crazy way, right? Because when we do have the Colossus pack on here, so we can get crazy with it. Oh. Well, you get back on your line. 8 bales so far. That's not bad.
Chickens have food.
Say that again?
Chickens have food.
All right.
Spilled some meat, but it was hard to figure out. Couldn't figure out how to actually feed them or where to feed them. It seemed to be a bit off the mark. More.
Are there any contracts you can spit out real quick?
There probably is. Just trying to get some grass. But
I got a big field of grass right out here.
Yep. 8 to feed whatever. Or grass to feed. But I can take some contracts, that's not a problem. Do it the way that I normally do it. And hopefully that still works.
Oh. Yep. I'm actually using the baler right now.
Yeah, that's not a problem because I'm just leasing them. It's peanuts compared to what you get. So I just got to remember to use the well, do the one with the highest value last, or hand that in last.
Don't you get less money when you lease the equipment, though?
A little bit, but it's not that significant. That's not what I'm supposed to do. 19. That's not it. I need to stop hitting.
Yeah, bales now use net, round bale net. Bale wrap are now consumable in the base game, so
Yep. Is it a round baler you have or the square baler?
I have a round baler.
Yeah, that would not work for these contracts.
Really?
You need square baler. Yep. It's specific. You need to use square baler. Sometimes it asks for round bales.
So those contracts, are they just to bail, or do you have to like go pick them up and deliver them somewhere?
Or it should just be mailing. You only get the tractor and the baler itself through
Okay.
the contract. I can't remember
It'd
if
be
there's a contract for picking them up.
So, do you like lease the equipment
Yep.
from one contract and then use it for all
Yep.
three?
Yep. As long as they can use the same equipment.
Oh, that's awesome.
So as long as you hand in that contract where you lease the equipment last,
Right.
then you get to complete all of them.
That's nice. That saves money, you know?
Yeah. At least unless they changed it. I guess I'll find out. That's how it used to work. 19, right, okay, that's that way.
Yeah, there's just something about this game that's just relaxing. It's just like simple tasks.
Yep.
You see cool equipment at work. So it always dips into that, like my little 8-year-old self in the sandbox playing with toy. Just like in my imagination, this is what it looked like, and I didn't get nearly as detailed with my toys. It just tickles that little part of your brain.
Yep.
Plus, it's just relaxing. Just like
Yep. These tractors here are so much easier to drive compared to my dad's tractor. That clutch was hard. That was a workout just to drive it.
yeah, my dad tells me stories. He worked on a farm when he was in school. His dad worked on a farm.
Yep. Yeah, my left leg is sore just thinking about it.
This is bale number 31. Crazy.
Yep.
This is a lot more straw than the little pile looked like. Each one of these bales is 5,000 liters.
Yep.
And this is bale number 33. That's a lot of straw. Wow.
Yep. It is.
Or this trailer actually it's automatic or if it's like super.
Trailer for the bales.
The trailer, like the thing that picks up the bales, like automatically extends when it has to put one on top. And I was just like, is there like a sensor on it? Like in real life, like I would imagine this kind of trailer would exist or does exist, but it would be very, very manual because you'd have to line it up perfectly with the round bale. I mean, yeah, the game they snap into place, which is great, but in the real world, those bales are really heavy.
Yep.
And they're not quite as uniform as they are.
Yeah. That's definitely true. You got little bits of raccoon and whatever. But
Yeah, when it comes to high-tech farm machinery, it is pretty amazing what they have on it.
oh yeah,
It costs a couple of pennies, though.
yeah, more than a couple. Some straw. 24 bales. Sure. Oh. Just A.
Deep as well, I think.
Drops. Oh. Unload bay. Why? Great. Is that the wrong trigger? Oh, no, it's just full. Okay. It's just full. Yeah, it only held 38,000 liters, which is like, what is that? 6 bales?
Yep.
So it pulled a bit off of a bunch of different bales, which is why none of the bales disappeared. But if the game is anything like FS22, the animals or the cows basically convert the straw into manure. That is where the manure comes from. Is the straw, not the food, but the straw. The food gives you milk. Um, so the better the food, like the more like you just. Anyway, okay. Well, that was that's enough bales. That's enough straw for them for a year, maybe. Field is one little tuft of wheat right there. There's a little bit of straw over there that I pick up missed, but that's about little bits like that. Or at least trying to. Let's check on the sheet and see if they. I don't see. I see food and meadow, but not a. I don't see a straw. I don't think sheep get straw. They don't have a. They don't have a fill type for it, so. Um,
Rocky.
We want meadow. I'm guessing meadow is grass. So horses, well, they horses can trot.
I'm gonna pop out for a bit of air. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Man, he should think about keeping air inside his house.
Yeah.
That's just plain healthy.
Where? There. There. Okay. This. We want. One of the mods I added. Let's do purchase. Nope. Purchase construction. Where did I put? Okay, those are storage. Okay. File extension. Container. There's way too much space, right? This little block right here is just way. It just takes up too much of my screen. Bulk fill station. All the things. Yeah, I've got that mod on here. I'm not going to do the free one, obviously. Field work. No, I'm looking for factories. Is it in factories? Wait. There it is. Fermenting silo. 30,000. Back in the groove of things here.
Not much.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
So, the fermenting silo. Can do all the things. TMR, mainly. So, hay, silage, and straw give you TMR. And that's interesting. Pretty sure the person who made this model is the same one that did. Did the one in FS22 as well. So, the straw we have. And what is, we have enough, let's see, hay, minute, and straw. 2 million, yeah, I'm pretty sure we have, we have plenty of space for all of this straw. Um, Whew. That was fast. Too many keys. Too many keys to think about. There we go. tractor has different like GPS sounds. The chirping and stuff is different than the John Deere one. It's just hard to get used to.
Yeah. Is it a mod? Modded vehicle or?
It's just a case. This is a case tractor, and the other one's a John Deere. So I was just assuming that it was either the different tractor or the different equipment, because this is the mower set that you had set up. So
Yeah.
it's either the mowers or the difference between Case IH and John Deere.
They may have been trying to go a bit realistic with the sounds then.
Yeah, it seems like it. You'd have to get another like case tractor just to see.
Yep.
How goes the baling? Are you making the customers happy?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good.
Should be able to complete it today. Well, if I could make 100 grand on baling 3 fields in real life,
I feel this.
I'd work for a month or two, and then I'll never work again. Just
Yeah,
retire.
yeah. I feel the same way. Like the grass, like just the money that you can make in the game on grass was just like I'm in the wrong business. Like there's no way that grass is this lucrative. There's just no way.
No.
So yeah, I
Crazy.
think the numbers they have are a little off just because it's a game, and
Yep.
but it's still funny that I know when the game first came out, like silage was like 20 times more valuable than the next highest crop. Like just creating silage was by far the best crop you could ever do, because it also regrows, right? Grass, you cut it, you harvest it, and then 3 months later you get to do it all over. You don't even have to reseed it. And so you save a huge amount of money not having to seed it again, and fuel and all of that kind of stuff. You don't need another seeder. You don't need to like keep it up. You just need to put some fertilizer down, and I don't even think you have to lime it, like, because you're not actually tilling the
imagine
ground.
not. I mean, if
Sorry, I can't remember if it was 17 or 19, but lumber was so easy, particularly on one of the original maps. Because you just plant a tree just by... You drop the logs into the water. And you just planted trees just by the water. So all you needed was the big machine to chop them. And you just dump them straight into the lake.
Oh,
So you needed a stump remover and that machine. That was it. And of course you needed to plant some trees again occasionally.
I think in real life, grass would be kind of valuable, except it's so prevalent that, you know, you really can't make money off of it. And then in addition, the wear and tear on equipment would, to transport would really offset the profit. So
Yeah,
yeah,
if
in the
you're-
game, it's just
yeah. If you're keeping it local, like if you're doing local supply, if you've got agreements with farmers and you've got a good field with no rocks, if you've got good soil, and you're able to grow like nice thick like grass and hay, I would imagine you could probably one of the channels I watch, Rocky Mountain Farmer, one of their main crops is hay, right? So they do wheat, potatoes, and hay. But they also, in the family, right? It's a huge family. In the family, they have a dairy farm. They have 3,000 head of cattle as part of the family farm, which then they use the hay for, right? So it's if in that case, and then they use the manure from the cows to fertilize their field. So it's all connected, basically. So
Why-
then it's lucrative because you got the hay for the cows, you got manure that you can fertilize your ground with, and then it's probably very worth it to have the hay and stuff.
When you said it's all connected, I just had this flash of you sitting in front of a bulletin board with red threads leading to everywhere. It's all connected.
Okay. I don't like this silo thing. One of the reasons why I got it is you're able to make silage and hay with it. Grass silage, hay drying. So this is grass to hay, grass silage, grass to silage, hay silage, hay to, so it doesn't. So you could turn on grass silage and hay drying at once, and that would create both of those at the same time. Grass silage digestate. Oh, it needs water. But that would be even better. Yeah, that would be really good because you get the grass to silage, but you also get digestate as an output, as an extra output that you can then sell. Straw silage. I don't want to do that. That's 3. That's 38. So all their recipes here, they don't. I mean, they're all good. This one being the bestest, but we would have to buy the mineral feed. I don't know how much. So rather than bale all that grass, let's look at getting a forage wagon.
Yep.
Which I don't think we can.
I haven't seen one.
Okay. So, let's go. Where? Great. The vehicle sell point for this world. Factory, bale, dairy, bakery, grain, corn. Biogas, sawmill. Interesting. Where? Oh, there's a train on this world. Cool.
Yep.
Never could figure out how to do that on my custom maps. There was just so much to learn. Vehicle shop. There it is. Okay. Those must be some big fields that you're having to bale.
Yeah. The last two are over 40 grand each.
Woo! That's pretty good.
Yep. That's why I did this. It's easy, it's a simple machine. I can't remember how much it was to lease. 700, I think? Something like that. And it's probably less than the repair cost and the fuel to pay for
Right.
using your own machine.
Houses. They just keep popping in and out. This is the vehicle sell. Vehicle trader. Vehicles. What are? Well, oh. Open the shop. Purchase. There we go. Hmm. We would like um storage wagons. There it is. That one's whew. Not sure whether we should go unrealistic already or just kind of relax a little bit. Um, 43, 49. That's 165,000. Jesus.
Oop.
Okay, maybe not. 141. Wow. Yeah, the Colossus version is cheaper.
Oh,
uh um yeah, that's 26,000 liters there. 35,000. 40, 47. 158,000. Jeez, that's so expensive. 15 miles an hour. 45,000. I mean, that's actually a decent. Um, I mean, it's not unrealistic. We're gonna straight up buy this. I have a feeling we're gonna need it. Now, where did it put that? Didn't put it here.
Oop.
Is it? There it is. I'm not used to this. Whoa, sir. Excuse me.
Drivers.
Bad drivers. Too much of a hurry. Pretty sure this tractor would drive right over my car. Oh, did I? Wow, got so into it, I missed the turn. what was the width? I keep forgetting. The width of this. 9.4. Okay. Steering. 4. Oh. I mean, going once around is like that basically filled me up. Gonna be a lot of grass. Oh yeah. So when those things say meadow, what are they? But like I think the horses and the sheep say meadow. Because I know meadow is a type when you like plant grass from the construction manual. It says meadow. But I don't never thought you actually got meadow filter. So there must be. It's either hay or grass. It has to be.
Yep. Yeah, I've never used or done anything with animals.
I don't know. Right. That's the, that meadow. Food is now at 45,000 liters, but meadow is at 0. So I don't know. I don't know what meadow means. I mean, it has a nice little yard out. So
Yeah, I don't know.
Hello. Last bit for this field.
It's almost done.
Ooh, track finish.
Yep. I don't know if you can do sneaky things like grabbing the bales and selling them before completing it. I don't remember.
Do they just disappear once it finishes?
Nope. They're still on the field. But I do have some in the machine. And I'm gonna drive off the field and drop them off. Is there? Where was number 5? That one. Ugh, horrible. Horrible shape.
What do we have?
Okay, I'm gonna step out again before starting on this field.
Alrighty. Take a quick bathroom break myself. Okay. Before I do this, purchase. Factories. Uh, Groundwater. Okay. Change output mode. Selling. Distributing. See, it's actively making water, and it will deliver water into here. I'm hoping. Maybe when we activate that, I want to see if it adds it. I wanted to do that before I went on a quick break. I'll be right back. But I'll let you watch the horses. See a couple. All right. We are back. Do we have water in here? We do not have any water in here. It might be waiting. Because if I trigger hay and this, right? Hay silage digestate. Um, Because I want to trigger both of these at the same time. But if there's no water in here, it won't do this, and I don't think it'll deliver water until it needs it. Right? So we'll see on the top of the hour here if it actually delivers some water over there. I'm waiting for the top of the hour though. All right. Is there anything back here? These are the bales he dropped down. That is
Yep. I don't
huge.
dropped off a couple.
Is this just a giant bunker silo? Like, Jesus, this is a huge structure. I don't think it's manure. I don't think horses produce that much. Cows, definitely. Which we've already got a little bit of over here. Look at that. 300 liters. So that, again, they convert straw into manure. So, we've got some slurry. We got a itty bitty amount of milk. What we need is a little TMR over here. These guys should be. Yep, their health is starting to go up, so that's good. Now that they have a little bit of food, I don't know what that meadow means. I have no idea what that is. Oh, jeez. Party in there. Sorry. I mean the sheep and goats. Goat. I don't know what do you. They require water. Okay, so sheep barn. Okay, goat milk, wool. Meadow. It says they require water, but there's no water fill type in here, right? So I don't know what meadow is supposed to be, unless that's hay. We can test that. Why don't we? I'm gonna grab this. Move. I'm gonna mow this little yard, and then we have a tedder already. So I just want to move all this stuff. All right, dear, you're gonna get minced if you're not careful. Control V. Control V. Nope. Control X. Turn- oh. Control. There we go. Hey, why aren't you dropping stuff and things? Real mower turn on. You don't get grass when you mow the things and the stuff in your yard anymore? Oh,
I don't remember. Did they change that?
I used to be able to get grass from
Yeah.
on farmland.
Yep.
Not even leaving the stubble. Huh. If I turn that on, wheel mower. It's mowing. But it's not giving me, is it just not harvestable? Maybe it's not long enough? Oh, there it is. Give me something. Yeah, it's not long enough. That's what it is. Okay. Thought it was, but it was. That's the back there. Definitely. Definitely longer back there. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Where's the other track? Steering sensitivity is lower than it was. Need to increase that. Not much, but it's just a test. This is the test. This is only. No. Meadow was not hay. Nope. I was not hay. Okay. Now I'm at a total loss. Like, I guess I don't know. I don't know what that is for. It's not water. Uh, So we look at auto save. So field 8 here. This needs plowing, of course. Probably is going to need lime. I'm guessing we're going to need. Yep, this is going to. They're both going to need lime. Which, if we go to purchase, construction. Not factories. Constructible containers. I think, yeah. So rather than run back and forth to the shop grabbing bags, we have the fill stations here. We have bulk fill, liquid fill, husbandry, and field work. So I'm not going to put the free one down. I know people would be upset. So give a little bit of space. I hate how, like, the pipe on this thing is just. Why don't they make these so, you can actually, like, reach over stuff? It's so weird. So field work, we can get some lime. Um, husbandry, I'm not. We already have this silos for all of that. But liquid. Uh, liquid. And then bulk, I think. Don't think we need bulk. Yeah, I don't think we need bulk. Because that's like all of the things. I've already got these things. So, how are we going to do... Purchase vehicles. Wait. Vehicles. Um, let's see. Fertilizer spreaders. I did get the coon here. This is the 42 meter. The problem with this is right now I don't obviously have it modded at all, but my main issue with this thing is it only holds 3,200 liters, and that's not a lot. Now you can work with it if you hire a worker, then it just buys as it uses it, but that gets really expensive, really really fast. Yeah, this one does lime and fertilizer. So, and of course, the Colossus one has an unrealistic, which is all the things, but it's huge. Like, why did they do this one? If they're gonna make one that's unrealistic, make one that's unrealistic and doesn't take up an enormous amount of space. You know, attaches to the back of the thing and off you go. So, yeah, what I want to do, what I should have done is create a custom version of this, just like in the past, like previous version. I didn't want to do any. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of customizing mods for 25 like I did 22. Just because it just got out of hand. I had like 60 something mods that I had customized, tons and tons and tons, and I think I had a little bit of an impact because there have been a couple mods now that I've seen for 25 that like use some of the features that I like invented for 22. One of them is a wood loading trailer that turns it into a fill type, right? So instead of each individual log, it just turns it into a fill type, which you can then, unload or sell at a sell station or whatever. And like I had that trailer for 22 that was glorious. So yeah, that was a crazy project. But I really was hoping like this Axis would have an unrealistic of, even if it's like 10,000 liters. Like that would be so much better because when you lime a field, holy moly, do you use a lot of lime. Like you use a lot. So, especially like big fields, you can use many, many, many thousands of liters on a big field when you're liming. So, like sprayers, we're a little out of reach for these. Like 420,000 for that. Damn. 54 meter spread though. That is glorious. Although with our smaller fields, it really probably is not good. the Kvernland here, these two would work. Liquid fertilizer, so we could get the front tank and the rear tank with the sprayer, and that's 26, that's 4, that is 30, that's 31 grand for those two versus 420,000 for that. I think that would be a good way to do it. Yeah, that's definitely the cheaper option here. So let's buy this. We're gonna grab one of these. $18 meters, 28 meters. Like 18 meters is pretty good. 24 meters is another $8,500. Woo. I don't. Let's go with it. Why not? All right. License plate. 35 grand. I mean, yeah, it's $8,500 more, so it's right around 40 grand. It's still cheaper than the 400,000 of the actual vehicle. So, I wish there was a tank size option. That would be nice, but okay. And then we want probably that axis. Where is it? We need to lime the fields. So where? Oh, there it is. So this is 16.5. What is it with extension? 20. Transport wheels, no. That doesn't matter. Anti-mud guards, sure. No. Attachers. I don't need a hitch. Cover. No. Main color. Design color. Okay. And buy all the things. Okay. So the other thing is the contracts. I think where are those at? Contracts completed. Now, can we collect on these? Or should I wait till they're all done? Oh, you're doing field 5? Holy Moses, that's a big deal.
Yep. But it's 44 grand.
So can I
Minus the
collect
lease.
these now, or should I wait till you're done with that field?
You can collect. I think it's
19 and
yeah.
9.
You can do 19 and 9. I think it was
Yeah. All right. So mission was collected.
44 grand is where I leased the vehicle. If it's a mistake, then we can.
Yeah,
not
it doesn't
complete
give
this.
me the option of collecting the one you're working on because that's not finished yet.
Yep.
Oh, there is some water in there. That's good.
I thought you had already completed them.
It completes them, but you have to go in and actually collect.
Yep.
Doesn't automatically collect. So I just wanted to get in there.
Yeah, they just disappeared from the list, and I hadn't been in and checked.
Go grab things and stuff. So what should we plant in another field? I haven't looked at the market at all. So I don't know what would be good in terms of crop.
Yeah. But there's usually times that are better at selling as well.
Yeah, and you've got to time it. Like, I did turn off seasons, so it's like I didn't want to deal with.
Snow.
We're still gonna get snow, but I didn't want to deal with like, oh, you can only plant this crop on this time and only this crop on this time. So I didn't want to mess with that. So we'd have to like look at, what crop, like what the grow time is, because if we harvest a crop and it just happens to be the month where it's like the cheapest, then we gotta hold on to it for a while. I leave. I left the wait. Yeah, the person that made this mod did a very, very good job. Somebody who dabbled in map making. Making a good map look like making a map look good. It's not. Oh, I did miss my turning. That is my turn. It was that. I'm glad I didn't go all the way to the end. Yeah, like roads and the curb and gutter, all of that is all custom 3D modeling and text. There's no real automated way of doing that. There are a few scripts that have popped up here and there. Various versions of it. All in all, it's a very laborious process to do a map and do it well. $1,500 to build this thing. That's not too bad. But first, I need to drop this weight. I'll go pick up the sprayer. Yeah, again, I'm not really sure why Chris and Riley asked, like, why they chose, like, the fertilizer thing that they chose. It's huge. It's like this drag behind thing. I like nice compact equipment. I can customize and create a custom version of Axis. The one that I it really even doesn't need to be like that much more. You know, it doesn't need to hold millions of liters. It's just, man, it's so rough. Having to fill it every 2 passes out in the field. So there's a trailer with the Plains and Prairies pack that actually can lift its ass end, and you can dump, like, the trailer itself holds quite a lot, and so you could put a bunch of lime into that and lift it up, and then out in the field you could dump it in, which I think is what it's for. See if this has a wizard. It does. It has a little hose underneath. That's awesome. Okay. Glorious. Little detail. Game does all the little details. Where? Let's not drive in front of the school. Well, so far the game has been pretty good. That was my turning. Jesus, I just blow right by. The steering assist stuff is a little it doesn't handle sharp corners very well. I don't know how a worker would handle those. Wow, field dirty. That looks like it's ready to harvest. I wonder if that's a harvest contract. That is a huge field. My God. That's big. One other piece of equipment we're going to need to get, and that is, well, maybe. We don't have a plow. And I did add the mod that gives you the sweet plow. But
Yeah. Field turning.
Is bailing.
what? No.
Yeah. According to this, is bailing. 89,000.
Baling? It
Yep.
looked like it was wheat.
It's weird.
Active. Farmland 30.
Yep.
Baling. Wow.
89,000.
89,000, and leasing the equipment is only costs $400.
Yeah, yeah. It's not worth using your own because you'll be paying more in fuel
Yeah,
and
no kidding.
repairs.
Yeah, maintenance. Maintenance is a big thing. I wonder if you took that contract, if the wheat would just disappear. I just drove by
Probably.
there, and it looked like it was all wheat, ready to go. 89,000.
Oh,
So what happens if you take a contract and then you don't finish it in a day, and the day rolls?
not sure. Not sure. I tended to slow down the day to the lowest possible while I was doing contracts.
Yeah, I could do that. We're getting close to golden hour here, so let me go. Settings, timescale, 0.5.
So I could take it, but I'd have to finish. But that's going to take a while for sure. What is that compared to? Oh, it's just beside the field that I'm on. And I think it was square bales. And again, I tab away instead of hitting escape. Press square bales in the specified field. Right. I'm gonna almost finish this one. Not at all. I'm gonna use this equipment. Because I don't think it matters.
Steering. Why can't you do zero headlights? I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to do headlands at all. Why can't I do 0 headlands? Um,
Yep, that was annoying me as well. Don't know how to do it. This field to about 90%.
look how fast. See, this is. One pass, fill it like emptied this thing. How are you?
Yep.
If you're a real farmer, right, and you have this piece of equipment, how the hell are you supposed to do a field and not? The number of times that you have to fill this thing is nuts. So yeah, you would absolutely have to have something out in the field. Another $50. That's speed. Why you can't go faster than 11 kilometers? Yeah, 4,000 liters a minute. This thing here. All right, fill again. speed. So far, it's like $6,000. Oh my god. Almost. I almost was able to finish. sure. Yep. Yep. We got. Looks like it's missing little bits here and there, but. Yeah, that's cool. Half that looks good. Like, how do you do this like in a normal farm? I've never heard of farmers putting lime on the field. Um, so, like, you have a giant trailer with huge amounts of lime. You just go back and forth and fill that up, and then the thing you're using in the field is obviously got much less in it, so you just have to constantly fill it back up. Because otherwise, you would burn so much fuel in going back and forth. Like, you'd have to have some field.
Yeah, I've never done it, but I know farmers that's done it, or that's done it. Normally, they might pull it with bags, which they can just put beside the field.
It's probably more specific crops that they have to lime, because it's a soil acidity thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Find
And
the right
it would
pH
largely
balance.
depend on the soil type.
Yep.
Maybe around here the soil is just good enough to rebalance each other. I would guess.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
lower the acidity.
Yeah, lowers the acidity. It apparently has calcium too, which, depending on the crop, might be important. So yeah, I mean it's just replenishing the soil nutrients. Which, yeah, pH is different than nutrients, but I mean, it's still kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I just sold it. I never actually put it on the field. I don't think my dad did either. At least not that I can remember. Then again, the fields back home aren't that big, at least in the area I'm from.
Yeah, the U.S. definitely has some big fields. If you browse the farming YouTube channels, like there are some farms that a single field is 3,000 acres, just one field. It's like that's a big field.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Nebraska is just, it blows your mind to look at the fields they've got there. In part though, that's because there's so much flat land that
Yeah.
it's like looking at the ocean.
I know there's one big channel. There's a big. I think it's in Iowa. There's a big farm in Iowa. I think it's in Iowa, but yeah, they have fields that are like they have 5 combines, like on a single field. Just
Yeah.
crazy level of farming.
Yep, no, there are too many forests and mountains in Norway.
Wow. Didn't even get. Did you use an auger wagon for lime? Nope. I remember seeing lions symbol.
There is a large one we can use. Where's the- There.
Large. What? Wagon?
Yeah. Or a larger one.
I mean, I could have gone with the Colossus, like, lime spreader and, you know, had 10 million in it, but
Yeah.
I was trying not to jump right into super unrealistic stuff, so I've been
Yep.
kind of fighting. But just wondering what some solutions would be. Rather than zipping back and forth constantly. Just buy more.
Is there any way you can load up multiple of the trailers, like put them on some kind of flatbed or something, so that you have full ones nearby that you can swap to?
I mean, you probably could do that, but these things are like 20 grand a piece.
Oh, jeez.
So like, it's not really a viable thing to have 20 of them.
Yeah.
I intended to use the bread now, but I'm biased. On that one, I'm biased.
Is it possible to load up another trailer with lime, and then you could pipe it into the cart when you need it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why I asked about the auger wagon. Just having an auger wagon with a ton of lime in it. Pull that out into the next field. Just fill up from there. Because imagine having a field that's like a long ways away from the farm. There's no way you're going to run back and forth filling up with lime, right? If you're far away from the farm. So, alternate solution would be having some other wagon. God, I'm serious. She just gonna move into your lap? Bill. Yeah. Jesus. Like last night, holy cow, in the span of like an hour, she came up and dropped into my lap like 5 times. It was just it was like, what? You jump up here, get some scritches, and then jump down, and then literally 10 minutes later she'd do it all over again. And she did that like 5 times last night. I'm like, wow. I don't even do that. Like,
This big lad is not a Labrador. That
Yeah.
jumps up on your lap. Great Dane.
A Great Dane. You jump in the Great Dane's lap. Like Great Dane's way more than I do. Oh. Like as much money as I put into this line. I mean, this is we're approaching at least 20 grand. Like I don't know what yield bonus is getting, and if it's even worth it. Because that's a lot.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I know there have been a couple channels that have tried to break it down, compare yields. Last fill up for a line, at least. Yeah, I know there's a mod lime contracts. I couldn't imagine doing like a giant field like 30 or something. Like that would be so much lime. I mean,
we'll just hire to get AI to do it.
Right, but just the cost, like the cost of lime would be prodigiously expensive to buy the lime to put on the field. Like the contract would have to be worth so much more than
I've not lost that much by having AI do it. I always have the AI do it because I can't be bothered with life. But I've not really looked at what's the actual cost of a whole field.
Oh. I mean, I've probably put on between 6 and 9 grand on each one of these fields. These small fields in here, grass field and this wheat field. I mean, it's $1,500 every load. I know it. At least six. At least six. Oh, autosave. Why?
I'll leave this on 90%. On to the next field. Just so it's not accidentally added in. Time for a short break again. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Woo! That was. My lap. Congratulations. In the lap for 5 seconds. Okay, so we want to unfold sprayer. 24 meters. I didn't opt for the super wide one because we don't have that big. Let me. Oh, caught up on the tree. Of course. Uh, 20 meters. I thought for sure I hit that button. I mean, this is not using nearly as 175 liters a minute. That's better than 4,000. I don't know why lime is like so outrageously thick on the fields, but come on, slow it down. Here we go. Slow and steady wins the race. I don't have precision farming or anything like that enabled. I just can't. Too much. Wrong button. Bouncing from game to game is tough on the memory and the hotkeys. Like playing 3 different games in the last couple weeks: Project Zomboid, Factorio, and now Farming Sim. Just like hotkeys just ping pong in my head. Like, oh, good lord. Ooh, don't hit the fence. No, no, no. About to get sprayed, dear. Oh, slow it down, Mister. Jesus. There's so much weight on this thing. Get this thing pointed down a hill, and it really wants to go down the hill. No. Switch right at the last second. Ah, wow, man's playing that. Man has played like 13 different games in the last I wanna cover that. I wanna wait a little bit, give him time to like make sure the balance and everything is right, but I wanna go into it as blind as I can, and having a bunch of people, some of that has already played.
Everything's set up before you know how it's done.
Yeah. Because I know if we cover that, he'd be like, hey, you know, I played this all the way through. I know. And it's like, yeah, that's... I asked Oz not to play it if he wants to join, but it's like... They do need to rebalance it. It's with the trade system that they introduced, there's literally no reason to have a factory. You can just buy all of the raw materials and make plenty of money buying all your raw materials and then manufacturing them. So it needs to be rebalanced where it heavily favors actually building a factory. Even if it's just like all of the low level stuff, like that's fine. Like I know Neilhouse just did a run through of it, and he literally, his factory ended up, it just kind of devolved where he was importing all the raw materials, like xenoferrite plate, electronic components. Like he was importing it all, he was buying it all, and then making the robots and then selling them, and he was making money hand over fist. And even he was like, yeah, this is way out of balance. It should not be as lucrative to not have a factory.
I agree.
So yeah, I'm hoping that they rebalance it, that they take that feedback to heart, and they're just like, okay, let's like make this more of a factory.
Don't play that for ages.
Oh. Nope. See, there we go. I was like, what is the hot? Can't. Dude, this game is like, this is hotkey central. Go grab. Well, what do we want? This is all Where is the... How do we pull up the market? Um, prices. There we go. So we are in August. So barley, January. I don't know what the grow time on barley is though. Okay, so barley is January, September, October. I mean, I would imagine it's not any more than like, because wheat I know historically has been like really fast grower. Canola, this is a really long grow time. Carrots, corn. Corn is a pretty decent grow time. Cotton is a really high grow time. It would be really nice to see in here or in some way, shape, or form what the actual growth cycle is. Because I know cotton is like 10 months. Like it's a long time. But I can't remember exactly. Grass is pretty bad, as one would expect. Green beans. Again, I don't know anything about green beans. I mean, it's decent sell, but again, I have no idea how long it takes to grow. Oats. Oats are always a good go-to because very fast growth. Olives. Nope. Parsnips. Peas. Potatoes. Red beets. Rice. Sorghum. Soybeans. Ooh. Soybean prices. Wow.
Some of those I don't like, particularly on big fields. Because the harvesters are so narrow.
Sugar beets. Sunflowers. Ooh, sunflowers is just all over the map. Sunflowers has a pretty decent... we can sell the wheat in January and get a good premium on that. Of course, here are all the other... Look at all those different... So if we go to like TMR, that's not very much. Silage, again, not very much, but we could pretty easily, make lots of that. I just plant grass in this field, and there we go. But I don't want this game to turn into like, lawn mowing central. I want to do other things.
Lawnmower simulator.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the like butter stuff like that is going to be really good, but we don't have anything like that yet. Where is this straw coming from? Did you put straw in the storage?
Me, no.
It says we have 41,000 liters of straw in storage somewhere. I don't know where.
I brought in a couple of bales, but other than that,
I wonder if it's adding up like what's in the cow barn. Like if
it could be.
if it's using that value, I have no idea. So I think what I'll probably do is do oats. This does not have fertilization. Oh, 7.5 grand. For 4,000 liters of seed. Now, is this like a direct drill? Can we plant this field without plowing it? Or are we going to need a plow? I don't know. I always, in the past, I've always plowed. Always. Like, always. But
I don't think it's necessary.
eight meters, number of...
Modern farming does not plow a lot.
Right. Oh, good. Wow, we're actually able to go 12 miles an hour and plant? Damn. That's pretty good. Doesn't tell me how many seeds per minute we're using, but I mean we're not doing too bad. With this, you're such a distraction. Amazing how much of a distraction this thing. Why? I hit H. Why did it lose? There we go. Too many goddamn hotkeys. I need a key that just does all the things. Just all the things. Lower it, start it, get my line going. There we go. We are planting. Yeah, and I saw that there's this like a new method of planting fields. I forgot what it's called or what they call it, but it's they basically plant like, let's say they have like sunflower plant. They go down and back on the field with sunflowers. And then they change. They have a different planter. And they go down and back with like soybeans. And then they do sunflowers and then soybeans and sunflowers. It's like they stripe their field with two different kinds of crops. I would imagine that it's Oh my god, it... Why did it do that again? I don't hit left or right. It should not be losing my center line. For some reason, when I start the machine, it's just like, oh, you don't want to do this. Okay. Right. The headlands are always the most pain in the ass. I gotta go around 2 more times. Yeah, 12 miles an hour on a cedar is pretty fast.
Yep.
Oh, see? Why did it do that? I hit 3. And it, for some reason, when I hit 3 to do cruise control, it takes me off my line. I don't know why.
How's that insane field doing over there?
It's all right, 20%. I'd really like to know if I could steal their bales. That would be fun.
That hit. This thing needs those wheels in the back. Align. Yeah, having the wheels that far forward, raise it, like. I forgot to look for the DB120 one. See if it's been released yet. My favorite seater because it does 48 rows. It would have done it would have finished this field in about 3 passes.
Yep.
But you need so much power to pull that thing. We would have, yeah. You need a beefy tractor to pull that.
So how's the Stationeer's base?
Oh, I haven't done much in a couple days. Haven't been around.
Been off planet?
Yep, off planet. Spending some time on Earth, weirdly enough. Gonna hop on and finish a project I was in the middle of. I don't know if you're familiar with the Stirling engines.
Basic like heat power sort of. At least.
Yep.
I'm not familiar with them in the game specifically, but I know the name Sterling Engine. It's usually the name of the very most basic generator in like modded Minecraft like tech mods and stuff is the Stirling engines are usually like the crappiest power gen.
Yeah. Temperature and pressure differentials to produce electricity.
Yep. One could look at my LV generator in Vintage Engineering as a Stirling generator.
Yeah. A little more efficient than what I think a Stirling generator would be, but you know, you didn't want to, especially since it's like the only one in the LV tier, you had to make it decent.
Yeah. It is decent. More decent than it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only power gen available, so I had to make it, like you said, I had to make it decent. But it could be rebalanced fairly easily once we have more power.
Yeah. I suppose you could add some kind of steam solution to the LV tier. Same basic premise of, you know, just temperature plus, you know, now having to pipe in water into a machine as well.
Yeah.
But it would make more sense for multi-type.
As far as the LV tier is not, like, there's not going to be really much anything added to the LV. Because I wanted to keep that very basic, very low-key, and the incentive to move into the MV tier will be all of the above, right? It'll be major power options, including, you know, steam generators, but, you know, everything will be varying degrees of complexity and expense, but yeah, like MV tier was really intended to be a lot of like mechanical power gen, like if you have windmills you can, but those are, you know, those will be like LV tier like 1.5, right? It'll be a little bit further in as incentive to get there, right? There has to be like the carrot and the stick sort of thing. So the carrot is, hey, you want to get into this tier, you're going to need a little bit of steel, you're going to need a little bit of automation to make it viable. But, you know, there's good things in the tier that you want. So that's kind of what my intention was there. All the things that people have requested, right? Like refineries and mechanical power gen, like all of that stuff was intended to be in the MV because that's the incentive to get to that, is the cool shit that you get. So yeah. And I haven't, like, I posted that bug fix for the exception error that was happening on the server, and you know, basically asked everybody just, hey, if you're still getting this error, like you gotta remove all the machines. You gotta get back to zero, right? The bug exists in your world. I cannot debug the world specifically. I cannot.
Yeah.
So you have to get your servers back to normal, right? You got to get everything back to normal, and then once you're back to normal, turn ticking back on, get your server operational, and then build your network. And from that, once you're you're zeroed out, and then you start building the network again, then I want to know if the bug pops up. Not like, oh, I just updated and I still get the bug. It's like, no. The bug fix may not apply if you're already on a server that's getting the bug, because the system is not reinitializing with the correct value, because something was saved incorrectly. And so, in order to eliminate as many possible shenanigans, you just need to get it back to zero. So, and since I posted that, like, I haven't really seen anybody. I guess I haven't checked today, but I haven't seen anybody post that bug again. But yeah, I'm really hoping that's fixed, because Jesus, that if it was literally four characters. It was setting a position compared to setting the position dot copy, right? So the catch that Len made was deep in the behavior of the electric network when it was assigning the block position. When it initialized the block, i.e., loading it off of disk or loading a chunk, it initializes it, and when it sets the network, it sets the position. But the block position is a complex object, and any complex objects in C# are passed by reference. So what it was doing, it was passing a reference to that block position into the electric network itself, right? It was passing this reference to this position, and if anything changed that position, right? If the system was unloaded, right? If you left the area and it unloaded that block, that position, well, that position now is null, right? Because it unloads it out of memory. Wow, it just got suddenly dark. And so, yeah, what was happening was you would load the world and everything would initialize fine. But if you left the area, right, it would unload that chunk and unload that block. Well, deep down into the electric network, there was a reference to that block position, which is now null. So the next time the electric network ticked, it would hit that, because you would go back to the area, right? You'd go back, it would load, but it would not initialize properly. And so you'd go back to the area, and immediately it would say, oh, this block entity is null. Like, the chunk was loaded, but for some reason the block entity was, because the position was then, it was nulled out, right? So it was looking at a position that God only knows where that position was. Like, I have no idea. That's what made it really hard to debug, because it was like, this is happening, but I don't know why it's happening, and that call, that should have been a copy and not a reference. It should have been position.copy, and that's what Len spotted, was that change. And that original code, that was code done by Blue Lightning. But when he basically converted my electrical network system from a block entity-based system to a block behavior-based system. And I don't know if the area also existed in my block entity-based system, because I'm assuming he just copied and pasted that code that initialized it. And if he did, then yeah, the error was in my code. All right, one field planted. Thank God.
Nice.
That was a lot, but now I need to fertilize it, because it didn't. This thing does not hold fertilizer.
almost 40% into this field.
That has been a beast of a field.
Yep. It takes a while.
But yeah,
It's not too bad because I don't make that many turns. It's a lot of straightforward here.
quick, I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
All right. Probably be there for 5 more minutes. Because she keeps looking at me. Oh, autosave. Okay. What is needs roll? I don't know. I have rolling disabled. Needs plowing. I'm not going to plow. Fertilize. Yeah, I need to do a fertilization pass on this. Oh. I want to fill. Is it completely full, I wonder? Every stage has a different tone. Okay. 24 meters, steering assist. Let's do 2 headlands. There's reasons. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I've seen some videos too where they mount a camera looking at the steering axle and compare like manual steering versus auto steering. Auto steering, at least with John Deere, the 700 combine that was being shown, the auto steer was like really hard on the axle, like just constantly tweaking the axle, and
Yep.
it's like, yeah, there's got to be a better way than that. Like that's pretty bad. You'd think you'd be able to do like a really simple motion smoothing algorithm rather than have it like constantly be tweaking the axle back and forth. Like just do just an algorithm that just smooths that wave. I don't know. That's definitely a software problem rather than hardware. Whoever wrote that for the companies probably need to kind of go back, change it up a little.
Too many corrections. And instant responses to those corrections.
Two hit.
Hang on. I've only used 4 of the bale twine. I'm sure if I'd used owned equipment, I would have filled up bale twine many times already.
Yeah, I went through, I think, the baler, just the straw that I did. I think I went through an entire section. So one of the 4. Just yeah.
Yeah. This was past 32 in total, and I'm down to 28. And I've so far done 241 bales.
Wow. Has it all been straw?
Yeah. It's all been the same.
save. All right. So, if I wanted to help you finish that deal,
You would need a square baler.
I would need a square baler. Mm.
There is one thing I want to try when this field is finished, and that is to see if I can actually steal the bales and sell them.
Let's see.
But I don't want to do that until the contract is complete. And before
Pretty
handing
sure
it in.
you can't take them once it's done, but yeah,
Yeah, I'm wary about doing it until the contract is complete, or else you may not be able to complete the contract. I would only do that on a small field. I wouldn't do that on a big field like this. Because you could probably get a bit for the bales. Because there are some tricks with the harvesting ones as well, where you have to go and sell it.
Ooh.
But I just want to try to grab one of them and run off with it. I guess we have super strength.
yeah. Well, we have
So-
lumberjack, so alt is the
Yeah.
trigger.
And when the contract is complete, I'll see if I can do it. I don't want to lease any equipment. Just to find out that I can't.
Yeah. Well, let's look at baler. Where balers?
I'm using the Corona big something. It's so dirty I can't see anything anymore.
It's the big pack.
No, it's a Corona. Um,
HDP. I don't know. You'd have to.
it should be a square baler. Let me see.
Yeah, there's a Well, it's not one of the.
Yeah, it's the green and yellow ones.
Yeah. That's definitely Crone.
Uh,
So
1290 ADPVC.
yeah, this one right here. But I was looking at, I mean, if it's
That's the one I'm using. And it should say that it's a square baler.
right, I was looking at the Colossus
All right, okay.
Ultimate Pro Bale, because I want to, I want to get that field done sometime this year.
Yeah, I know. And I'm 61% into
Yeah, I with the Colossus, like I don't go too crazy on the unrealistic like range, especially with like the headers and stuff. I don't do 50 meter, like I don't use that at all.
Yeah.
But a little bit wider, 5 meter on the balers. I think that's acceptable. Um, square bale twine. Lizard. That's fine. Silage tank. No. What's the design code? Oh. All the bits and bombs. Okay. Okay. If I lease this, how much is it? $2,000.
That's not bad.
Well, I mean, yeah, per day. So total for one day is $5,000. 5.4.
Yeah, okay.
But we can always do more baling contracts with this thing. With as fast as you're going to be able to run with this thing, like. Go pick it up. What size bales are you making? Because I don't know if it matters, but
220.
120,
I don't think it matters. 220.
220.
Yeah. That was the default setting on it. I don't think it matters. It only matters if you use the truck or the trailer that picks them up. Then it does matter. Because that can only handle certain sizes. Unless there's a modded one which handles everything.
Ooh, this thing is dirty. But what is the spacing on these rows?
Oh, fairly wide.
Yeah, usually the contracts there's a standard.
Yeah, I don't know. I am just driving manually. I'm not using any steering assist on this.
You said you're 220 or 240?
220.
Okay.
They never specify the. They haven't specified the size in the contract, so that's what I use. I don't think they ever specify the size. Just whether it's square or round. That's it.
These rows are just not in it. Complete some. not doing that. Whee.
These shorter stints down there.
So the last fields that you did, or the first few that you did, when you finished the field,
Yep.
did the bales disappear after you finished?
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen it. One of them is just by the farm anyway. Field 9.
Over there?
Is beside the cornfield.
Oh, auto save.
This bit. Well, 98. I guess we can just hand this in when it's done. I don't want to mess around with this field. There's 99
99 grand, no, 89 grand on the statistics.
There it is.
Yep. I'm gonna drop
Pick
off.
up. Doesn't let you pick up the last of it, huh?
No, it doesn't. As soon as the contract is complete, it doesn't allow you to do anything more. Which means for harvesting contracts, when you also have to deliver grain or whatever, I don't deliver everything until the entire field is done. Because you get the money for the
Right. Any extra?
any extras, yes. I'm gonna drop off whatever bales is inside.
Yeah, I've got a couple
Up here.
left over.
Steering. And what was it? It's unload. Oh. Yeah. No point in wasting it. I suspect the only thing that really counts here is picking up the straw. But I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, so the bales. Interesting. There were a couple bales behind the horse barn here.
Yep.
They disappeared.
Okay.
I think when I handed in that contract, if those were from those first couple fields that you did, when
Yeah.
I did a collection, it got rid of them. But I just put the extra bales from that field that I did in storage, and I'm guessing those won't go away because it loses track of what they were. So the bales get marked like this is from this field, and so it just clears when you hand in when you actually collect.
Yep.
It'll clear the bales, but before you do that, you could go out and collect all of the bales, and as long as you have somewhere to store them,
Yep.
put them in like
Or,
the fermenting silos here.
yeah.
Then you
Or even
keep
sell
the
them.
straw. Or you could, you could probably sell them.
Yeah. It's whatever you need the most. If you need the hay, yep. Or if you need the money, because it's probably a fair amount. Okay, almost done with field 5. Because as long as the contract is finished, I don't think it should matter.
Yeah, if I go do,
So you can finish field 30 or complete that contract.
yeah, and doing that would get rid of all the bales on 30.
Yep.
Yeah, 'cause all the bales
Yeah.
are still here.
Yep.
That's a lot of bales. Yeah, let's do map contracts completed. Collect. Okay. And yep, they all disappear.
And I'm gonna drop off the bales.
Yeah, just put them in the
For-
fermenting silos.
Yeah, I gotta find them. I'm not sure which ones they were.
They're behind the big, like, map silo. They're just a couple little silos. Whee! But a couple big brown silos.
Because as soon as 5 is complete, I lose the tractor and
Does it just disappear?
they just vanish. Gone.
Alien abducted.
It's waste not one. Sit behind. Is it 2 wooden ones, yeah?
Yeah, the
Or
two
they
big
look like
ones.
wood? Yeah, no, they just look like wood. Brown. See? Oh. Okay. Yep. Oh. Don't need to. Oh. Just gonna check that. Okay, I probably have a quarter tank fuel left in that tractor.
That's pretty good use of the tractor.
Yeah.
So when I hand it in,
Yep. The tractor should just disappear.
okay, let's do contracts completed. $400 that cost in leasing those vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nothing. I'm sure if I'd filled up the tractor, it would have cost more.
Okay, we're back to almost where we started. The day.
Yep.
But we have a bunch of stuff and things. So, if we sleep, I'm pretty sure we don't have anything left to do. So let's just sleep.
I'll head over just in case I need to be there.
Current time, yeah, we can sleep till like 7.
Yep. Yes. I need to stop hitting tab instead of escape.
Okay. Tab, yeah.
It drives me crazy.
Um. Oh, it's not dead.
What?
One of the horses laying down, and I'm like, that's not dead, is it? That would suck. Okay. Go over to this field. See what it tells me. Yeah. See, this field's gonna get weeds. We need to do another fertilization on it. Yield bonus 57. Needs rolling. I disabled rolling. Wait a second. Let's go to settings. Settings. Oh. I thought I disabled rolling, but I guess that was a mod that allowed you to disable rolling?
I don't know.
That must have been, because I don't see a disable rolling. Craziest thing you have to do. Let's just roll it. Roll it. Roll out.
Rolling, rolling, rolling.
So yeah, we would need another pass on the sprayer.
It's plowing. Yeah, right.
This is dirty, dirty track. So dirty. Any contracts, any ones that look good, at least.
The other one. It's 4 coats. Same equipment. Okay. I can pick some. Get the equipment for 32 and do 7 as well.
What kind are they? Do we have it already?
Yeah, that's harvesting wheat.
Oh, we've got.
One of them has oats, which means you can probably get a little bit of oats from that at the end.
We've already got a harvest. We don't need to lease it.
Yeah, it's the same. It's wide enough, isn't it? Why is that?
I'm gonna get some air first anyway. I'll be right back.
We're ready. Earrings. Thank you. Why? I hit B. Just verify that we're actually doing what we. Come on. Huh. They want to spray. Let's spray this whole field and have it not have the second application. I'm back. He's back.
I'll do 1/7. That's close to us anyway. Accept it. No. Well, that's already on the trailer. Yep.
Oh, I knew it.
Did you turn off traffic?
Did I or should I? Or,
No, I just asked if you did.
no, traffic is slow.
No, okay. That's fine. I'll just mark it outside. Well, not on the road.
What did he say?
Oh, I still miss it.
Specific science station. Okay. Have to take that. Nope.
Fucking hard to see.
Here's the trailer.
Done with this soon. From by.
Just bring the trailer over.
Come on, hit H, like I said. Discombobulated. Accidentally hit G, so it switched. It's just all the things. All the keys.
Yep.
It kind of surprises me the game never really, as far as I'm aware, the base game has never really encouraged or had special cases for organic farms, or incentives for or like organic farms.
Yep.
Because you think like there would be some demand for representing organic farming and getting, the incentive there would be you could get more, average money for, your crop. You pure like organic, like manure, slurry, fertilizer. Lime would be definitely organic. But you don't use herbicides. Like you have a certified organic, field, and a crop. You harvest that crop. You're able to go to market for more money, right? But yeah, I've not really seen much of that at all in the game. It's surprising.
Yeah, have more crop rotation.
Yeah, because they have precision farming, but that's not really the same thing.
Yep.
But
You beat that.
you may be able to get that sort of thing in a mod, but that you would have to hit so many different systems that are pretty low level. You need to introduce like custom pricing tier and then track.
Yep.
You'd have to track the field.
And it would have to be a different crop as well, even though it's the same thing. Most likely would have to be a different crop. At least have a different ID.
Well, it would have to have some sort of like flag on it. There would have to be some meta value or something that would be set.
Yep.
you do as a trailer?
Oh, it's sitting over where the harvester is.
Oh, do you have a tractor hooked up to it? Oh, you do.
Yeah. I could probably get 2 rounds here, but
How full are you?
45%.
Oh,
I would kind of wait with the crop here for the last minute.
what do you mean?
On delivering it,
Oh, yeah.
because you get to keep anything that, as soon as the contract completes, you get to keep anything that is left over.
Right. Well,
Which
you
is why
can turn off.
You,
You can dump just enough to complete it and then turn off dumping.
yeah.
I'll just put it out here. I can see how full it is. This is 51%.
Wow, once around the field, only filled you up 45%. A low yield.
It may have something to do with that it's a contract. I really don't want to follow these lines here. I really don't. It's highly inefficient.
Right, manual it is. No. You are not following the lines. Come on. It was down. Jeez.
Because I don't want to do this stop, turn, constantly. I'd rather keep forward motion as much as possible. I think this is an oats field.
I think this is
Or are
a
you looking at
slurry
something else?
tank or something. It doesn't
that.
give me any. See, there's 356 liters of meadow in here. What does that mean? There's meadow. What is meadow? What is that?
We have an area.
Maybe it's the
Forested area.
maybe it's the grassland out. I think it might be how much land, like how much food is in the land that they can graze in. That's got to be what it is. 356 liters of meadow here. Because you can see there's like tall grass and then there's short grass. So they're actually like eating the grass.
Yep.
And then over here we have more. Because these guys are not eating the grass. So I bet you if we added a bunch of TMR in with the cows, they would stop eating so much grass and it would actually like grow and have a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah.
Legal Ruby 2.2. What is that? Cut sugar beets. Yeah, but it can hold all the things. So, how about we here trigger process process as expected, and then we can add TMR. Ooh, I'd really like to.
I think horses wanted oats.
I have to even look at how much that was. Ooh, 6 grand. Okay. Oh. I go in here and say R TMR. We have this one here. Do it. 240 cycles per month. So 8 grand. Did that not go in?
Seems to do weird things sometimes.
Loud. Food is going up. Let's see. many mineral feed. It's good for a while. Oh, you left a little spot there.
No. Oh no. Oh, no. Everything. Everything.
It's so funny. Like you just went up to it and you're like, nope, not that one.
That was 1 liter more. 1 liter more.
every little liter count.
Yes.
So where is this going?
Yeah, that's what we're going to see. If I can stop hitting tab. Seems to be habit. It is going to on the west side of the map. There should be a circle flashing. It's grain mill.
Aha. Yes.
Yeah, they're very specific on where it goes.
All right.
Of course.
1,600 liters all to ourselves.
Voice. 32. That's a big field. Accept.
Sure, the horses will love that.
All right, where did you go? You went off somewhere. 32.
Yeah, close to where you delivered that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're not renting anything or leasing anything, so just finish that. Because it can be confusing sometimes when they have different delivery points. It's the same. Essentially.
Wish I could play music, but the last time I tried to play music that I literally had permission to use, YouTube still hit me for every song. And the
You
artist,
can do that for Birdsong.
like tried going back in and re-whitelisting the channel to ensure that that didn't happen, but yeah. I think that like eventually if a competitor pops up that's a viable competitor to YouTube that actually has a good solution to the copyright thing. Like YouTube is clucked. Like the copyright system in YouTube is just. I think every YouTuber out there has run into it at one point or another, and it's just like this is a horrible, horrible system. It's horrible how they did it, and they're making no moves ever to correct it, and it's just like because there's nobody there's no incentive to correct it, and so yeah, it screws over creators like crazy, and then people abuse it. People who don't even own the copyright to things can just start claiming videos left, right, and center, and it's so bad. They really, really, really need to just fix it.
Yep, absolutely. It's not great the way the system is. Kind of weird, but okay.
Are you going around clockwise or counterclockwise?
It seems that it doesn't want to do. Right now I'm doing counterclockwise, but it's not great.
Yeah, definitely try to do it so your pipe is out.
Yeah, I'm at 30. Actually, what I'll do is I'll go straight up.
I think you're going
It went in a weird direction here, so just using the. Okay, I'm aiming down the wrong line. I'll fix that one later.
What can we do? Construction.
You put the tractor over there. Quicker.
Did you need it? I wasn't sure how full you
Oh no,
were.
not yet, not yet. I wasn't sure where it
I
was.
parked it right next to the field, so you should be able to dump it if you make it that far. If not, I'll have to.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll
Super.
change the direction here. %. Should be fine.
Considering how much time we went through, though, Jesus.
Yep.
I was hoping to find one because I know I had a mod that you could take manure and slurry and make fertilizer. I mean, I know you could just spread slurry and manure, but That equipment is not cheap. Tile break.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to look up to see. These are just, I don't know. Doesn't tell me what. No, it does tell me. So these are like base game. These tiny little constructions. Huh. They must not. They must not process very much in a day. I guess. That would. Look how tiny that is. Yeah. Another thing that I've seen a lot more mods for 25 do that I never really saw ones for 22. I mean, I'm not saying it was impossible to see them, but one of the things that I did in my mods, right? So like my greenhouse mod, for example, for 22, I made it so the pallet spawner was up above the ground. So when it spawned pallets, it would actually spawn them stacked.
Yep.
Now when I look at mods on Mod Hub for 25, there are a ton of factory mods that stack their pallets, and I never saw that for 22. I'm the one that like I'm gonna stack these up and get like a decent amount. So that was something that I started seeing, and I'm like, oh, I wonder, like, I don't know, like I obviously have no evidence of if I influenced that at all or not. I obviously don't know, but I like to think I did. And then there's a mod for 25 that that loads wood. It's just the same as my trailer. Because that trailer for 22, there was nothing like it for FS 22.
Mm-hmm.
Where I would, you pull it next to a log and it would pull the log in. And because I had a custom sawmill that allowed you to unload that. And you could offload it into a sell spot because it was a fill type, so you just were able to sell it. Um,
Yep.
So yeah, there's a mod now for 25. I think it's PC only because it does require a script. But yeah, I saw that on the mod. I'm like, oh shit, I did that. So whether or not that was influenced by me or somebody independently discovered how to do that, I don't know. I'd like to think that I had a hand in
It's likely.
bringing that to bear. It would be nice.
Yes. Yes.
So here, no, here, no, here. Newer, not not even close to full. This doesn't. I think productivity is going up a little bit now that there's food.
Yep.
So, yeah, TMR is 100%.
Hmm.
Effectiveness. Grass, silage, and hay.
Me too.
Go check on the horses. So, base food gives you 57% for horses. Hay gives you 38%. And then root crops give you 5%. But what happens if you apply all three? Is it additive?
No idea.
No manure heap nearby. What? This over here. Manure heap? Oh, put one behind it. Sell these horses anyway, so I really think let's go check.
Yeah.
Well, they're worth a
Just get,
they're worth a little bit more than they were when we first
Yeah.
loaded in. I think probably as they get older, they'll.
and if you ride them a bit as well, not that I know how. Probably need a saddle.
No, you just hit up. You just hit E at them. Oh, you don't actually have to hold down W.
Oh.
Oh.
It's a walker, not a runner.
You have to hit it multiple times.
Uh,
Oh. Sorry. Probably not like it shoved. Okay, so W and S is. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, I could not have, like, I don't know how, like, 16 horses. Could you imagine having to ride 16 horses? Like, I don't know how often you do this. Like, I'm finally at 50%.
mm-hmm.
You do this over and over. I don't know. Who at Giants thought this was, like, fun content. Let's make people ride horses for hours and hours at a time. You can't even, like, jump things. Yell yeehaw. I mean, you could. Five. I just want to see. Get this person, get this horse up to 100. %. Okay. Whoa. Riding. Yeah, daily riding. You have to do this every day with all of the horses.
Yep.
Cleanliness. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Wash them.
Barely go up in value. Who knows? Pressure washer.
That's about the only thing I know of to wash things.
Yeah, I don't know anything about, like, they just fend for themselves until they get valuable enough where we could sell them and not lose money.
Yeah.
I'd have to ask my uncle. He knows horses.
Ooh, wow, you're almost.
Yeah, I think that needs to be emptied.
Still got
Uh,
36% left.
Yep. Down the way.
I'm only 24% full here, so. It's an awkward field.
You know, of course you don't put it down.
Left shift.
think you probably need to do 2, maybe 3 at least.
Hey Michael, how's it going? I'm doing okay. Good day for farming. I need to turn my steering sensitivity up. This is insane. Settings. Controls. No, that's general. Steering sensitivity. I got the cat in the frame. That's a rare event. The cat being in the frame. Usually never stays in one place very long. So it's a rare treat. Especially with the air conditioning. That's really rare for her to be up there with the air conditioning.
Oh, doesn't like the noise?
Doesn't like the air blowing on.
All right.
But yeah, the air conditioner I got. Oh, I have words to say about that. But anyway,
Not great.
it was a surprise, like $360 expense that I didn't anticipate. Every time I get like a little bit of money saved up, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be able to, like, you know, afford a little server or something. You know, it's just like something comes up, and this was the air conditioner that I've been using, and granted, like, the air conditioner I had in the living room here, like, that thing is like 12, 13 years old. So when I hooked it up this season, I get it all hooked up and everything, and it does not blow cold air at all. So I was like, shit, right? So I look, you know, this is a pretty big, it's like half the apartment is this one room. And so it was just like, here's an expense.
Yep, it's typical.
Oh. What?
Huh?
Darn. Darn. I was really hoping. It says we don't have access to this land. I'm trying to pick up the straw.
Yeah, no.
And it's like, how are we harvesting if we don't have access? Logic. That's, but we have
Yeah,
another.
we can harvest the wheat, but that's about it. Can't do anything else.
I think, yeah. See, the reason why I thought you could do it because we had a mod on 22 that was able to collect straw from contracts. That was specific.
Yep.
Stop it. I was 90% full,
All right.
so it would run longer what's left.
So you're 90% full. Filled me up 36%. Kind of crazy how comparatively little grain, combine will actually hold compared to like a grain car or an auger wagon. Like it's very little compared.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Big difference.
We need to invent the Colossus harvest. Real life combine that can hold like 10 million liters.
Pocket dimension.
Yeah, you right? Ender storage.
Yep.
Just a big ender chest inside. Like, where does it go? I don't know. It just, You might as well turn the straw swath off. You can't, like,
Yeah. Doesn't really matter. That's the wrong key. That's the right key.
this thing up. Cool. Holy crap. Almost a half a tank. All the stuff I did yesterday with this thing.
Yep. It does use quite a bit of fuel.
$500 in fuel. That's crazy. I could not imagine spending that much money. Just refuel.
Yep. And I leased the machine for, well, the tractor and the machine for 400.
Nice and clean. It actually looks wet. That's crazy. And even cleaned inside. It's like magic.
Yep.
Is there a contract? Failing? Not really anything there. Cultivating. That's at the top of the world. I don't want to go all the way up there. Plowing, 52,000 for that. Field 9. Um, 39 acres.
Blowing is one thing that is, oh no.
Like, well, I've got a plow. I've got the mod with that, like a 12-meter wide plow. But I don't know if the contract would like accept that. I'm not sure how the script is. Because yeah, like a normal plow, those things are hard to do big areas because they're not really wide. The regular plows are just not wide.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the reason I absolutely detest plowing.
Right,
And
with the 12-meter wide one, I mean, you can do a pretty decent amount of space. I can't remember exactly what the FS22 one was because it was very much along the same lines. It was basically a subsoil, but I can't remember how wide it was. I want to say the one on 22 was like way wider. It was like 25 meters, but I'm not 100% sure. I used it enough. You'd think I'd remember, but I can't remember how wide it was. I'd have to look it up. It was like the lizard something, like it was just it was very unrealistic in terms of how big it was. Because you need a lot of horsepower to pull a lot of soil.
Yep.
responsible.
Large bit left on this field time.
Poor little tractor is barely able to pull this amount of weight.
What's that?
Oh, so save. Every time I go in the menu,
Yep.
you didn't look very. Said you didn't look very full. Okay,
46.
one of the changes they made in this version, I'm still like, I don't know why they did it, but when you buy a chainsaw, like it's now an item. You have to like put some.
Oh,
And if you want to cut down trees, you have to go get your chainsaw and then take it out to where you want to cut. And then I don't know where does it go? I have no idea why they did it the way they did it. Like
yeah. Sure, it's a bit
cutting
strange.
forestry has always kind of been sort of a fringe
Yep.
part of the game. Is this the first version where forestry wasn't actually a DLC?
No, I think it's been out of the, well, standard since.
Because 22, like the Silver Run Forest expansion, I thought that expansion added forestry. So forestry might have existed before, but at a lesser amount.
Yeah, I'm sure it was in 2017, 2019.
But was it part of the base game?
Yeah, I don't remember. I probably did. Well, 2019, I think I bought when it came out. 2017, I didn't. But I'm sure it was in 2019. Quite sure it was there. This one go around manually because this keeps missing bits.
It's interesting. Like way back, I remember Coffee bought me a copy of FS17 to try to get me to play. And I don't know what we were doing at the time, but I just never got into it. So I have FS17 on my Steam that I've just never installed. It's funny because if I look at it today, the icon for it in my feed or my homepage on Steam, there's a poster that's like available now, FS19, buy now, and it's like you got to go back and update that and be like, no, how about you go to FS25 rather than FS19? Because FS19 is going to have FS22 on it, and it's going to be like.
Gotta have every version. No. I am not going back to play the old versions.
I think they've broken from that publisher deal that they did. And that's why there's so many of them. Because part of that publisher deal was they had to release a new version every 2 years. Like that was part of it.
Good.
So it was like, and I think they finally finished. I'm not 100% sure. That's what I.
Yep. We'll see if that'll be at 27.
Probably.
56%.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, I thought it would be more.
We have a problem there with the trees.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard getting in there with
Yep.
the trees. Might have to follow behind and get you on your side.
Yep. It's 67 anyway, so I should be able to get the edge done.
Get a nice dusting.
On a clean tractor. No.
Won't hurt the radiator at all.
Oh,
This manually.
Oh, I would have just gone straight and cut.
Yeah, I just want to do this little bit here manually. Because it's such a small area.
Farmland 9. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's a pretty big field to plow. But the plow I was thinking was, let's see if we can find it. How much was that? I can't remember how much it was. Was it in subsoilers? You can always grab the Titan Vineyard disc, you know, unrealistic, and do 50-meter wide swath. Yeah, lizard. I mean, it is classified as a plow. And it would be 20 grand. We have to, I mean, we're going to need it anyway. Weird having a tree row right through the middle of your like just plow that under and plant it. I understand tree rows. We have them all over. Yeah, right there. City over there. I understand why you. A lot of farmers around here are actually getting rid of their tree row, which is probably not. All the trees that were planted during the Dust Bowl, they're all 70, 80 years old and dying, and so they're cutting them down, they're clearing it out, and they're just plowing under the tree row, which is
Yeah.
like, oh, the trees did what they were supposed to, so let's get rid of them. Like, wait, shouldn't you replant them because they would?
Yeah, and it's more wild.
Yeah, I'm sure that when they plow it under, there's a ton of seeds and stuff they put in.
Yeah. The thing is, bees and other things that could be helpful.
Sure. Yeah, you could definitely put beehives and stuff in your tree rows. And
Yeah.
You can sell some honey.
shift 3. Oh, no.
May be able to get the rest of the field before delivering the last one.
Probably. So I was empty.
Yep. Notice that, and I can actually see how much or how full you are as well.
Yep. Yeah, that's a new feature.
That's handy. Kick right in.
So do you think you'll be able to get the rest of the field in one shot, or are you going to need to be emptied again?
Probably. Well, I think. I believe so. So there should be 3 more trips, I think. That'll be half full on the way down.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much you get in one shot.
It varies a little bit with the length. And the last ones are shorter.
Yeah, and the final bit is not even going to be a full width.
Yep. Probably not. Probably be half full when I'm down.
You're
So
at about
it should be-
25%.
Yeah, 29 actually.
You'll be. I'll be.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
perfect.
you'll be mine. I'll go park next to your header trailer. tractor sounds like. It's like, I know it's gas, obviously. It's got diesel. It sounds like an electric tractor. It's that whine
Yeah.
of an electric tractor.
Mhm.
So, any travel plans this summer, Z? Going anywhere?
Yep. Yeah. Gotta go to Norway.
Oh, yeah?
Eh.
You do that like yearly?
Yep. Try. Yeah. When I can. It didn't happen when I was in Ireland, but after coming back, that's now it's okay.
You just like get a boat and go over, or is there like more
Oh, no.
involved?
No, I gotta fly.
You gotta fly. It's right across the. Why do you have to fly?
Yeah. Because there's no boats.
Up on a jet ski.
I can ask one of my brothers, get your sailing boat over here.
Those are pretty rough waters. Like, Yeah.
Well, one of them sailed around the world with one of their boats.
oh wow. Well, they'd
So
be
I
able to
know- I
handle
get-
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
They got more or less similar kind of boats, but one of them is a little bit more outfitted for sea voyages. But they're both sailing. I'm not. I don't like sailing.
Yeah, I like dry land.
I'd probably be better on a big ship.
Yeah, I've been on a few big ships. They're
It's just there's no ferries going over anymore. They all stopped.
Huh. Just
They,
not a
they
lot of
weren't viable.
not a lot of people traveling between the two.
Yep.
Well,
So
cool.
I don't even know if there's a ferry to Denmark anymore.
There's
That takes a while.
there's a train you can take.
Well, yeah, you could. I could probably take the train down to London and the Eurostar and various trains. No,
Yeah, that'd be like an all day thing, and
no, it's much easier. Just go to Edinburgh, get a plane, directly to Oslo.
how big are the planes do they usually?
It's 737-200.
Oh, that's
So
not
it's-
bad. That must be a
so, yeah.
really short flight.
An hour 45, 2 hours. Something like
Oh
that.
wow. Or further away.
So yeah, ferry would take a day or more. Well, if it was direct, it would be a day. Because it would usually land on the west coast, and then you would have to get from there down to where I'm supposed to go. I find a flight easier. And I'll have a taxi driver, free taxi driver. As he'll be bringing his girlfriend. That didn't look right.
Woo! We got 8,300 liters extra.
Yep.
That's pretty darn good for that animal.
Tends to be a bit extra.
Put this in storage. Wait until wheat is more valuable. That is a horrible spot for that. Yeah, we have in our park here, we have such a high Scandinavian population that we have authentic Scandinavian buildings in our city park.
Yep.
And every year there's a big festival that was started by from Norwegians, and it became this huge this huge thing. But
Yeah, and also some regions they were speaking Norwegians up to the 30s, 40s, maybe 50s.
Yeah, I mean I think I'm about half.
I can't remember. There was a Norwegian, I'll say it's an actor or various things. It's so long ago, I can't even remember his name. But he went there, and yeah, he could go and speak Norwegian to people, not a problem, because they knew the language, because that's what they spoke for the most part. Aren't that here? Okay. Right. Delete that then. Okay.
Pick up. Wow. Very tempted to do that contract. Grab this big ass plow here. But I'm a little I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure if I use this plow, it would be fine. If it's wide enough, it would be a job. The field is huge, but it wouldn't be too bad. Not as bad as using one of the tiny ones.
Yeah.
Nice clean tractor, all fueled up, ready to go. I mean, it just went. We just had an hour go by in game. 2 hours in real time because we're at 0.5 right now. We started the day at 2x and we're at 0.5. There's just not enough time in the day for farming.
Yeah. Need twice as much time. But it's I think it's handy when doing contracts.
right, so if we look at the map, there's an autosave. And we go to here and we say Farmland 9. We don't need to borrow items. Although that is a nice tractor. That would be nice, but I'm hoping the tractor I have is enough. Looks like a Kverneland plow. But yeah, let's accept that. Map, contracts. Active. Oh, did you already hand in?
Yeah, I had it in there.
Couldn't see it. Wait there for a second.
I think I may have to drop off. It's almost 1 a.m.
Alrighty.
I've got to get some sleep.
Yeah. Well, thank you, sir, for farming with me.
No worries, no worries.
But yeah, you have a good sleep and a good rest of the weekend. See you.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know when the next time you're going to play this.
Oh.
I don't know if you do that on Wednesdays. I haven't kept tracks. Or if you have other games on Wednesdays. Then again,
I mean, I'm up
Wednesdays,
to play
I
it again on Wednesday if you're around. If you're not around, then we can,
Yeah, Wednesdays, as I'm working on the Thursday, it's unlikely because I have to
Right.
leave at I finish at 10. And I don't finish work until 5, and we have to go shopping, so it doesn't leave a lot of time.
Yeah.
Saturdays tend to be the best.
Yeah. So yeah, I can. If Coffee hasn't figured out his shit, then yeah, I can do something else on Wednesday.
Yeah. Probably do some testing tomorrow. If he's on. He may want to play Roadcraft tomorrow. Who knows?
Yeah, I've got family dinner and stuff tomorrow, so my Sundays are all taken up.
Yep. Alrighty.
All right, have a good one.
See you later.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Alone again. Pretty sure this is the field, but I just want to verify. Yep. I just want to verify. Is it 12 meters? Think- Okay. I was waiting for it to tick over to 1%. It is pulling hard. Really struggling. I hope everybody out there is having a good weekend so far. Now that the weather is improved, you know, people in general are in good moods. It's funny how that works. I think this last winter, like, I don't know, maybe it's just getting older. Winters are more brutal nowadays than any other time in my life. Just gets tiresome, all the cold and the snow and the ice. Icky. Icky, I say. Someday this game will be realistic enough where this plowing process will actually have, you know, things that follow the follow the actual direction. One of these days, you know. Why did you go to this? Why did you go sideways? What's wrong with you? Oh, there's like water in the ditch. That's cool. $8. Yeah, this field plow job is going to be the last thing we do on the stream, and it's just going to be just cruising. You know, it is what it is. This is the game. It can't all be exciting and awesome and riding horses and all the things. You gotta put some time in plowing fields and such. Could have sworn the ones for FS22 applied, but I could be wrong. field is so much bigger. Look at all that grass. Field could be way bigger. The big field. It's a huge field. It'll take me a couple of hours. Look at the size of it. It's huge. Like the nice hills. This is when I did my rolling hills map. These are the hills that I wanted, but yeah, these are not the hills that generated in terrain. When to generate hills like this, like small, like these shallow, just nice terrain. I used like USGS data, and that the terrain, like each grayscale color represents a different height, right? But when you load that into the editor to generate the terrain, the difference between two pixel colors is not this subtle. You need, I don't know what the way to get this looking like this. That's one way around. Like 5 minutes, 5 minutes per lap. But each lap should get, you know, a little bit smaller. A little bit smaller. There's another mod that I could edit, make the max speed higher. I don't know if I looked it up. Yeah, 11 miles an hour is the max speed. 340 horsepower is the minimum, like, for the big version. I don't know how much horsepower this tractor is. Like, what kind of tractor is this? John Deere 8R 37. Okay. Go to purchase. Is it classified? It's an 8R, so... $8. So I'm guessing it's this one. So I mean, it could have some decent. I don't know what engine. Like this is the one that came with it. So I suppose I could look. Just think. Oh, it's so tempting to grab that. So tempting. It's on sale. Why am I? Why did I? Could not figure out why my tool wasn't. Auto save, of course. Vehicles. John Deere 8R370. I have the 420 horsepower version. Excellent. The beast. That's why I'm able to. Oh, tucked in back there. This is actually like the first time that I've been able to have the camera on her in 3 years that I've had her. She's usually in and out of my lap 50 times. What would be the best? Oh, we're up to almost 30%. Not bad. 10 minutes for 30%? That's better than I thought I thought this would take a long time. It's a nice change of pace from what we've been playing lately. Nice not having to obsess about crafting ratios. Biter attacks. Zombie attacks. No zombies in here. Plus I've got a friend. I'm as far along in my world as my Project Zomboid map, because I've been working my way into Louisville, and yeah, the entire last stream was basically me taking out the zombies at the checkpoint before you even get into like there were at least 2,000 zombies that I took out. It was crazy. It was like 8 hours of me just taking out zombies. It was nuts. You know, I do have I think zombies at extreme. I think they're at extreme. So, I did that kind of myself. I didn't think it would be that. There's so many. It's just the checkpoint. There's roaming vans. There's so many. But the loot situation is just out of control. There's no real incentive for me to actually loot or go into Louisville at all. I've got so much loot, so many resources, so much food. I just don't need to. I don't even need to farm. I have so much food, right? So all of these new mechanics they added to the game, and I don't even need to use any of them because my loot is just too high. So what I'd like to do is actually reduce, start over with like reduced loot, reduced food generation and stuff. Just try it. Have a more survival, like a survivor centric build. Okay, so it wants me. Zippity doo dah. Nice straight rows. Maybe I can do a dev stream, vintage engineering. Dive into that. I don't know what's better, everybody, the in-cab like role play view, or the sandbox, you know, kid in a sandbox sort of over the shoulder. I don't know. They both definitely have their uses. Not sure if there are people with preferences out there, or it's just we're gonna hit 50% before even a half an hour goes by. I honestly thought it was gonna take us 2 hours when I started. I was just like, this is gonna be crazy long. But you know, it is what it is. Take like maybe an hour. It's still a long time. It's a crazy big. Lauren here is just getting magically dirty. watch this. Just relax. Just farming. Yeah, as you buy field, as you like accumulate money and you start buying more and more fields, then you need to start hiring workers. There's no way that you can get it all done in a day. Like there's so much to do when you have a lot of fields. There's always something to do. couple long rows, and then it's going to go. It's going to zigzag really fast, and then maybe I don't know. I doubt we're going to need to do it all. It's probably going to finish early and then boot us off the land. So, kind of anticipating that. It's going to finish and boom, it's going to be like, you do not have access to this land. Like that. The farmer just flipped the switch in his house. Just instantly evaporates it. Ears are having some problems. Right there. One of these years they'll get a version that doesn't have artifacts or bugs. I wonder how this game would do with all these features in the Unreal Engine. Because most of the game, right, most of this game is behind, if you actually, peek under the hood, so to speak, and look at what the engine is actually doing behind the scenes. Right? Visually, yes. Visually, there are certain tricks and techniques that they're using of things that have been around for a very long time. Displacement maps, normal maps, stuff like that. But behind the scenes, the actual farming process itself is basically editing bitmaps. That's essentially what you're doing in the map. When you're plowing, when you're planting, when you're fertilizing, all you're doing is editing bitmaps behind the scenes. The field map, right? The map that you're playing on has a bitmap with a certain resolution. And that resolution dictates how small the squares are in the map, right? So, under the hood, each square, right, is a pixel. And that pixel, the way that it's coded, with the color of that pixel, it's encoded with the data of the field, the growth stage, the amount of weeds, rocks, various things, all the features of the fields, right, is encoded in one or more bitmaps. There's actually multiple. There's a map for stones. There's a map for weeds, if you're thinking of precision farming. Like precision farming is there's just another bitmap that dictates the soil types on the map that you're playing, right? So in the editor you just paint, couple different colors, and that gives you the different silty, sandy, the different soil, and it's just bitmap. So as far as another engine, Like, how do you do this in another engine? That stuff you could translate pretty. That's just the backhand. Like, what data are you actually affecting? Right. The way that it's rendered, it's just reading. It's reading those maps. It's reading the data on those maps. So, like, this terrain, I'm changing from harvested, whatever this crop was, wheat or whatever. It's harvested, so that gives you the texture, that gives you like the cut plant look, right? And there's another flag. There's just a flag on there for, you know, if you did a straw swath, or if you drop the straw, you know, any and all texture change. Oh, get that. Anytime you see a texture change, right, when you fertilize, that, you know, if the texture gets dark, right, that's a change of a flag on a bit. And that's the game. It's just a bunch of bitmaps behind the scenes. So you could change the engine and render it the same. So we're changing right now the bitmap from a harvested like wheat to plowed with whatever category of plow this, because there's different plow textures. So there's the, you know, cultivation, there's plowing, stuff like that. There's different kind of categories, the same kind of thing, but it dictates what texture you use. And then the directionality, that's probably just encoded in some way, shape. I don't 100% know how that's encoded. I haven't dug into that. But as far as like the other part of the engine, when it away from the fields, the other part of the engine, probably the most complex part, is all of the machinery, the animations, how the machines work, like all of the different little subtle nuances of what people expect. Oh, again, lower it. The machines would be tough, but again, in another engine, animations, sound effects, that stuff is all built in. So, I'd be interested to know like what this game would be like in an Unreal Engine sort of like recreation, sort of a mock-up. Nor do I know, like, if there would be any benefit. Giants have been iterating on this engine many years. And this is version 10, I think, of the engine. So, or release 10 or whatever you want to call it. So, but like you see when I do this, now when I look back, watch the texture. You can see that there's a little texture artifacting because I'm not looking at it, so it's kind of caching the changes. And then when I look back, it's streaming those textures in. So the one thing about this game that I really wish that they could fix and they would improve is the LOD. When you do the level of detail and you're driving and you get this popping of the LODs, those level of details, like when a tree like suddenly becomes more detailed, that's a LOD switch. That's switching from like a LOD 1 to a LOD 0 when you walk up to it. And right, we're at a point now, 2025, like we should not be experiencing. There are various engines that have various solutions to that, where you can, like, instead of it popping from one to the next, you sort of like gradually increase it, where the engine basically like smooths that curve out. But it's a little bit more subtle in this version than it was. I just spotted it for all the trees there, but I know in 22 it was really bad. So the lod popping, and then the detail. Well, if we get out here, you can see right on the top of my screen, like that, like the crops sort of come in. Well, that radius there is like very small compared to like what it's drawn. Drawing all that corn there is actually not that expensive to draw. It's all using the exact same. So it's just instancing the texture model, just drawing it a billion times. But you can batch all those draw calls together, just draw them all in one shot. But yeah, I think that when they announced the game and they started doing promotional material, when they referenced deformable terrain, I think that was a major misstep on their way. Whoever is in charge of their marketing department, I hope was reprimanded, because the tracks there, that's what they were talking about. The deformable terrain that they mentioned, like, that's what they were talking about. And that's not deformable. That is normal maps and displacement. There's you can't take a shovel and dig a hole in the terrain. That's deformable terrain, right? When you look at like Minecraft, or you look at Astrocolon, where you can actually dig a hole in the terrain, that's deformable terrain, right? I don't know if the marketing person at Giants just didn't know the difference, but by touting this game as having deformable terrain, and that being the deformable terrain, that's a misstep in the market. It's not. It's cool, right? It's cool, but it's not deformable terrain. I'm sure when the farming sim mining team heard deformable terrain, like, they were all for it. They were like, "Oh my god, finally!" And then when they probably saw what it was, they're like, "Oh, that's not what we were hoping." So yeah, that was a misstep, unfortunately. And I've never really seen an interview with the developers. No channel has ever pushed back on that. It seems like more and more nowadays, companies just do not want or tolerate criticism. And if you do, right? If you do, then you'll be kicked out of the club and denied access, just because you're like, hey, this is probably market. It's not what this technology is. It's cool, but it's not what it was marketed. And that's what disappointed me most about this. That aspect. Because I was really hoping that they would actually do deformable terrain, like voxelized deformable terrain. And the plowing, like this process, what we're doing now, wouldn't need to actually deform the terrain. Like, you're you're plowing, you're planting. Like, you don't need to deform the terrain doing that. But I'm gonna have to Oh, come on. I know I hit the button. It blinked and it beeped. I know I hit it. I don't know what turns it off. When I lower the tool and it turns it off. Skip ahead. Why did that? This junk. Yeah, I'd love to sit down with the developer and be like, or a marketer or whoever at the company and be like, this is not normal. It's cool. It's a cool feature. But I wish you would do deformable terrain. I think that would be epic. You could, because you could turn this game from just, I'm sure it was originally farming sim, and then they added forestry, right? Trees and all of that, which is great. But if you added deformable terrain with like a specific definition of that, you could then add like a whole mining aspect. Like, it would be a whole different set of features that you could then do DLCs for, you could do marketing for, and you could tap into like the game that's going right now called Roadcraft. Like, literally you could tap into that market. And I know like both Z and Coffee are both playing Roadcraft like crazy, as are probably a lot of people. And like, yeah, you could tap into that market and create a whole new set of fans, you know, and you could get people that play this game or who would play that game who would never even touch the farming aspect of it, but they love the mining, crafting, because I know you can like do paved roads. Like, you can actually create stuff in that engine. And I think that would be phenomenally awesome if they did it for this one, because it would just open up another, you do farming for a bit, and then when you're in the off season, winter, or if you don't have anything to plant, if you're playing seasonal, there's nothing to plant, your fields are fallow or something like that, and you have to wait, you know, a couple months to plant something. Well, then you have other options. You can go and dig a trench and, you know, whatever, create some. You could even go, if you really want to go crazy, you could do like canals and a water simulator. What does like Timberborn does a water simulator? Like, imagine that crazy amount. Not anything so like super advanced, but just enough to add a little bit of flavor to this thing and be able to do like irrigation canals. You know, you've got a field that's pretty dry, and you want to irrigate a little bit, so you dig a canal. You have to find a river, you get a pump, dig a little canal, is a lot of work. Like every little feature like that is a lot of work. But a voxelized train, you wouldn't even need to go that deep, right? You wouldn't need hundreds and hundreds of meters of deformable terrain. You, like, I don't even think roadcraft does that, right? You know, yeah, stuff gets muddy, stuff like that, but you can get a lot of really rich terrain sort of features and only have 10 feet of terrain that's minable, right, or diggable. And then, you know, you'd have all the soil and clay and all that, and then bedrock. And then different areas you could have deeper, and then you could tap into, like, all those games that had, like, gold mining and stuff. You could get into that like crazy, and actually mine the rock and stuff like that. That'd be kind of maybe an FS36. You know, 11 versions from now, or I guess it would be the year 2036, FS36. They'll finally get that. %. We are at 8:51. So we've been doing this for about 51 minutes. It's going to be almost exactly an hour. That's pretty crazy. Visiting. Somebody's visiting. He's on the face. No. Hi. So close. It's just do this every day, many, many times. Oh, it is. Completed. Now she's all quiet. Every 1,000 liters. One. I'm sure it's treat time. Is it treat time? Yeah. This. She sniffs my finger like, ooh, like right this second. Oh, Jesus, that's a good price for that. Wow. Well, that's a serious swing. Health. Oh. Health. Need to be ridden daily. Alright, well, that is going to do it for the stream today, everybody. Oh. Yeah. It's a fun day of farming. Yeah, it's a nice relaxing game. Just chill. Which, yeah, as everybody's. But yeah, that's going to do it for today, everybody. I hope everybody has a great rest of the weekend. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself today. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. And consider being a patron or channel member. And joining me on these multiplayer games when we play. So yeah, I hope see everybody back here on Wednesday. But otherwise, have a great rest of the week or weekend. And yeah, June tomorrow. Crazy. Yeah, have a good one.